Hello, hello, everybody. And by everybody, of course, I mean person, or maybe there's more of you. Give me a second here. I'm getting here. Let's open up something other than just a single fairy for you guys to look at while I'm getting myself together here. There you go. You can look at that. Just gotta finish posting my thing so everybody knows that I'm live. There's only one of you so far, but say hi if you've got an account, if you're in the chat, all that good stuff. It is a Saturday morning. You guys probably start strolling in a little bit on the later side. That's what happened last weekend. Understandably so. Right, well, Instagram should know now. Looks like Parker's awake. He just posted his day 2 of Hallow Inc. about 3 minutes ago. Everybody check out PJ Arts of Darkness on Instagram. Okay, we're almost ready here, guys. Almost ready. 1 second. Okay, now I just gotta open Twitch on my phone so I can see what you guys are saying while I'm working. Assuming there will be talk at some point. But anyway. Oop, music paused. There we go. So anyway, here we are. And I drew this cover last Saturday morning on the stream. Went for just under 7 hours. I think it was about 6 hours and 45 minutes. And then colored it last Sunday morning. Took just over 7 hours, I think it was. And now today we're going to color each of these 5 individual Combat Fairies poster prints. First step for all of this is formatting them, getting rid of this white background, all that kind of stuff. I was actually originally going to do this before I went live, because it's not the most exciting thing to watch, but I figured, you know what, you guys are going to need some time to roll in on a Saturday morning. So I'm going to do that now as we're warming up. But first mission is Ayla here. I ran out of space when I was drawing her. What? So let's fix this missing blade, and then we'll do the formatting for all 5 of them. This probably won't be anywhere near as long of a stream as coloring the cover. It's a lot less characters rather that need coloring, and there's a lot less formatting that needs to be done. I had to break all the characters into all those several characters that were broken into planes and everything on the other one. And how the hell this blade normally goes. I'm gonna grab my reference here. 1 sec, guys. I don't draw her. I don't actually draw the gun that often in the actual comic itself, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Actually much easier than I was thinking. There we go. Easy peasy. Look great. Make an adjustment. Oh, we gotta change the mode here. I'm gonna need an extra layer to make sure I don't screw this up while I'm fixing this. I gotta fix that curve a little bit. Gonna bug me if I don't fix the curve. And from there, I think I can. That's better. Ah, drew it on the same. Oh, you know what? Ah. I ended up drawing on the same layer anyway, damn it, but it's okay. There are ways. Boom. And boom. And we get rid of that. And then we get rid of that. And there we go. Okay, so now we gotta format them. We're gonna call this layer ink. And the first step, I already did it for Ayla, but I gotta change the mode to RGB. But I'm gonna start with grayscale. They say RGB is meant for screens and CMYK is meant for print. But I've gotten so used to working with RGB, and I rarely, if ever, notice a difference when I convert them later on when necessary. So I don't know if that's an old school of thought that doesn't necessarily apply anymore, or if it's just my eyes, or if it's just not that big of a deal. I'm not really sure. And then I want to unlock these layers, but I also want to rename them. So if I double click on them, it does the same. Kills two birds with one stone. Can't do it until you switch the modes, though. And then we gotta cut out the background. And on rare occasions, this goes exactly the way you want it to. And it actually looks like this might be one of those rare occasions, but what usually happens is there'll be some line somewhere that you left a gap in when you were inking. So when you go to delete the background, it also like erases the white from that layer. But it looks like I might have actually lucked out this time. Think so. Think I might have got it. Maybe. Will we be so lucky for all the fairies, though? Who knows? Gotta get rid of all the little bits inside of my signature as well. It's usually easier to just select all the way and just erase back in. Alright, there's Ayla formatted, ready to go. We can save her now. Just give me a PSD this time. There we go. Next up, we have Brietta. And the pain in the ass that is her dreadlocks. First glance, looks like we're doing okay with the deleting bits, though. Wow. Wow. Hey, Arlie. Okay. Sounds good. Which you didn't hear, but actually, no, here, I'll answer in the chat. I can do that. Be a bit more of a production because at the drawing table, fumbling around with my phone and shit, but we're at the computer today. Keep reminding myself of that. Well, guys, right now with me, so far I haven't had to fix a single line other than that knife that I knew going in was an issue, so this is like unprecedented. This part is never anything that I would describe as difficult. It's more just that it's annoying. So it's nice to see it actually working the way you want it to for a change. I am going to do one thing there. That's more of an afterthought, though, less of a... There we go. Okay. And do a quick scan. Scanning for physical abnormalities. Eliza Schlesinger joke for you. Alright, Brietta, ready to be saved as a PSD. There she goes. Boink. And now Cinia. Oh, no. Our streak is broken because there is obviously a gap in her sword. Let's fix that. There it is right there, relics of it. Ha! Boink, 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 boink. Whoa. I think I actually forgot to do the signature on Brietta. I'll backtrack in a second. Alright. Cinia is ready to go. Let's fix the signature on Brietta though. Oops. Yep. Not gonna lie, I thought for sure Honora was gonna have. Oh, spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Air gap. Go. Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Go. Another one. I somehow knew Honoraba would be the trouble one. Just knew it. It's being difficult. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Wow. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. I need to zoom in here. With little bits. Hey Parker. How does this Saturday morning find you? Signature. And Honora is ready to go. Last one. Kiani. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Cool, cool. Oh. Oh. And just like that. Our fairies are all ready to be colored. Exciting! I'm gonna open my quick color ref here that I have. There we go. That's just so I can easily color pick the colors when I'm coloring everything. I'm gonna do one more thing here really quick before I get started, guys. Just give me one sec here. Okie doke. I had a slightly different plan for when I was sharing promos for this morning's stream, and it didn't really work out because Instagram was being kind of a dick. So I'm just really quickly making a new post to promote what we're doing here. Typing out all these hashtags. There we go. And come on, go. There we go. Okay. Now we start work mode. Okay. So we're gonna just start layering all this color up. We'll lay all the flats down, one fairy at a time, starting with Ayla. We're doing them alphabetically just because that's the way that the file's opened. So why not? Oops. Gotta switch this mode to multiply as well. Just notice a little bit of cleanup here I might want to do actually. I don't know if they'll all have this. We'll assess it as we go. But it looks like the scan actually did pick up. Occasionally, I draw in blue, and the intent of the blue is so that it won't show up in the scan. But on occasion, if I've built up the blue enough in a certain area, it will actually partially come through. Most of it won't, but you might get these little specks here and there of where it would just kind of just layered up just enough to be dark enough and show. And a lot of times, even if it does show up, I don't really care because it just sort of adds this little extra grit to it anyway. But when it's happening on a character's face, it's a little bit less forgiving, especially if it's like on their teeth or in their eye or something like that. Depends on the character, but if it's like a monster character or something, then maybe they can get away with that. But generally, that's a bit much. Color, color. Yes. When you're coloring stuff, Parker, what is your favorite part of it, and what is your least favorite part of it? Yeah, I definitely get that too. That's always a really frustrating thing. There is times where I'll realize a mistake I made as I'm drawing it, and I'll be like, well, I guess I'll just fix that when I scan it. And if I know that going in, it's not as bad because it's kind of part of my game plan, and I'm prepared for it. But otherwise, it's yeah, to just discover it when you didn't know it was there is always really annoying. My least favorite part is usually laying the. It depends on what I'm doing, but it's usually laying the flats. That's the part that I'm doing right now. And for something like this, it's not so bad. And there is a little bit of fun to be had with it because it's almost just like doing a coloring book, like really fast, if everything is working well. But so many of my drawings have such heavy like cross hatching and stuff that I can't just bucket fill. So I have to kind of like zoom in and kind of either with the paint bucket or the pencil, usually the pencil, I have to kind of just fill in these areas a bit more by hand, and it can be really time consuming. And when I'm doing the comic, it's especially monotonous and time consuming because in the name of efficiency, I'll color like all 20 pages of the comic all at once. And when it's definitely faster in the long run to do it that way, but while you're doing it, you might spend like, so when I say all at once, basically I mean I have all 20 pages up at once. If I'm coloring Ayla's skin, say, then I'm going to go through every panel that Ayla is in on every page and color her skin. Then I'll move on to her eyes, and I'll go through every panel that she's in and color her skin on every page. and in the long run, it's definitely faster to do it that way. But while you're doing it, and you feel like you just spent like an hour coloring, and all you colored is her skin, and then when you look at all the pages in their entirety, it feels like you've barely done anything because it's only that one layer done on each one, but it took you like an hour to get that far, and it's like almost it's kind of demoralizing a bit. But I've also done it enough to know that, like, as annoying as it is definitely faster doing it the way. So that's by far my least favorite part in most instances. Um, but the part that I enjoy the most is probably adding the. I like adding the shading. That part's a lot faster and I think a bit more satisfying because you start to see it actually kind of feel a bit more alive. You start adding more dimension to it and all that kind of stuff. And then the other thing is, oops. Uh, then if I'm gonna do any additional like lighting effects, whether it's like added highlights, like I did with that glow effect in the cover with the fairies, kind of that glowy highlight on them. I'm not sure yet if I'm gonna do that with these ones today. Um, or I start playing with the color balance, and I get to kind of play like I kind of get more into like almost like DP territory, you know, director of photography, and try to just add that more cinematic feel to it and all that stuff, and that part is very fun. But it's all that setup to get there that's a pain in the ass. You can see there's some rough stuff around here, but I don't care as much when it's like these bullet things on her chest because it's a bit grittier. If this was a scene from the comic and it was like a fight scene or something, it might not even bother me if it was on her face as long as it's not in her eye or something, because there's a reason for grit. But this is just kind of like a showy hero action pinup type pose, so. Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you get, in a lot of respects, you get faster technically, but you become so much more critical that you kind of stop and rework and stuff. I found that with myself as well, Parker. think I've gotten okay. So I've always considered myself kind of critical about posing. Just as the animator in me, like I always want to push the pose, exaggerate the pose, all that kind of stuff. But I feel like I have gotten a bit more self-critical about it since I started streaming. Like even more critical than I was, just because um, I'm doing so many of what I end up drawing in the streams are just a character in a cool pose, and it's really easy. Well, maybe easy is the wrong word, but it might not necessarily be easy in terms of getting the pose to be look exactly like you want, but it's really easy to know what you want to do with the pose when it's for a comic or a storyboard or something, because the story basically tells you what needs to be happening. But with the with like just like a hero pose, there's nothing to go on. You don't want to do a pose that's been like done 1,000 times. And a lot of the ones I've done on Twitch, I kind of look at after, and I'm like, I feel like I've seen this so many times before. Like I should have done something more creative with it. And if I'm on the ball, I'll try to put a lot of thought or research into it ahead of time. But a lot of times I'm just like, oh shit, stream's starting soon. And think of it on the fly. And sometimes it works out, but not always. When I'm doing the Twitch thing, yeah. So yeah, so if I have the, well, I'm more critical in the sense that I know people are watching me, but also just of my own thought process or something. I don't know. I don't always do this approach to her cloth, but I think for this I'm going to do a slightly darker shade for the opposing side of the cloth. But yeah, that was one of the things with doing these, the posing is, I didn't have an exact idea in mind. I knew I wanted them to have their weapons out and everything, because that's part of what makes them unique as far as a drawing of a fairy is concerned and stuff. But I didn't really necessarily know what exactly I wanted them to do. And I feel like I've drawn them in action poses 1,000 times, but they're in the comics, which not everyone has necessarily seen. So I was like, I could repeat those, but I didn't really want to. And I didn't want to be under the gun to figure it out on the stream and then end up doing something I wasn't really that happy with. But now I'm kind of committed to making it a Twitch prize and all this kind of stuff. So I made a point of getting a bunch of reference ahead of time. Also, because I was doing so many streams this week, and I knew I was probably going to be getting progressively more tired as the week went on. Although honestly, drawing these individually was only about 2 hours each, so it wasn't really that bad. But I also had a few days this week where I had to be up particularly early, and I had one night where I really didn't sleep very well. Slept well the rest of the week, but that one night was kind of enough to make this like weird ripple effect, you know? Thanks, Parker. It messes with you for sure. Cool, cool. Was the lack of sleep nerves because of the impending presentation, or was it unrelated but just had an effect on it? Okay. Yeah, with me it was Wednesday night, I think it was. Maybe it was Tuesday. I think it was Wednesday. Just really didn't sleep very well. Not for anything, any particular reason, um, but like it also was kind of one of those nights where you realize like, why am I not sleeping? And then, but then you realize what the next day is gonna be like. So then you're like, okay, I gotta do this. I gotta fall asleep. And then just that pressure to sleep makes it almost impossible to sleep. And but then it just has that ripple effect. 'Cause then the next day, it's like I slept well, but not enough because I was so tired from the night before, and busy because I was doing the streams, got my day job, and in between VFS and the streams, I got other things I'm working on. So I was like, okay, I slept well tonight, but not enough to make up for doing like 12 hours yesterday on 4 hours of sleep. Hey, Chantel. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna do the guns in layers, but I'm gonna do them somewhat simultaneously. Somewhat. Fair enough. But glad to have you while we have you, Chantel. Last night after the stream, by the way, I rewatched the first Venom movie because I'm gonna see the new one next week, and I guess I really enjoyed my rewatch of it. Um, I enjoyed it the first time, but I had like a lot of nitpicks with it, and most of those nitpicks are still there. Like I had a lot of the same issues with it, but Um, they bothered me a lot less. I got a lot more into the fun of it on this rewatch, and I'm looking forward to seeing the new one. There's a lot of, I think there's some pretty abrupt character shifts in it, and some questionable motives here and there, but entertaining movie. I can't remember if we talked about it before or not, Parker, but what were your thoughts on the first Venom movie? And has that opinion changed? Like, I have expecting you to say it changed, just the way you set that up. Yeah, more or less the same as me. I think, but like I said, I don't. The things that I take issue with don't bother me as much now. I think I'm a little bit more able to take it for what it is. Yeah. My other thing with Riot is well, I have a couple issues with Riot. From a story standpoint, you're right. Like, he kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, what is this? It's not really set up and all that. Um, so there's that. Visually, I think he looks way too much like Venom himself. And if you see them side by side, there's obvious differences. But like, if you see them separate scenes, especially from a distance, they're not that distinctive. Which is actually the fault of the comic, because I actually looked up to see what he looks like in the comic, and he actually looks even more like Venom in the comic than he does in the movie. My other thing with Riot is, and this isn't necessarily Riot himself's fault as a character, but like, you're building to Carnage, and Carnage is another symbiote, and I kind of like, what is going to make Carnage so much of a bigger, badder villain than what Riot was, you know? Like, he'll be fun to watch just as a comic book fan, but I'm wondering, is it going to feel a little bit repetitive in terms of the, from like a confrontational standpoint? I'm assuming Carnage will get more into head games and stuff like that, but still. See, I think that's one of the things I think that bothered me more on my first viewing, but not so much on my second viewing. Because I think that it lands more on the serious kind of sci-fi thriller mode, and the only thing, but it's like Venom's personality has that more quirkiness to it, and even like the most serious thriller will often have that kind of comic relief. So that didn't really bother me too much. But I also get what you mean. I also think too that like there's something kind of fun, almost like a body horror type element to it, with the way that Eddie initially reacts to the symbiote, which I think is kind of fun. But it's also so not what you get out of the comic that it was a bit of a like kind of throws you off a bit, you know. I don't know. I thought about it that much, but yeah, a little bit. My other thing is that um, the idea of Carnage being kind of, or sorry, Venom being kind of a loser, and that's why he um, gets along so well with Eddie. I don't mind that, but I think it could have been developed more, because it felt more like a, we're in the third act. They need to be friends now. How are we gonna do it? And they just threw in this line of dialogue, and it didn't really feel like they had earned that moment. Well, on the rewatch, I feel like that they did. There was a little bit more setup for that than I think I initially appreciated, but I still think it could have been developed a bit better. That's also where the villain problems come with, because I think that what's his face, um, the Riz Ahmed's character, blanking on his name. I think he, as a human, is a decent enough villain, but then he, like, can you kind of understand his motives and stuff like that? He's even got a little bit of Thanos in him, right? Because he's misguided and he's hurting people along the way, and but he's kind of doing it to give the human race a new place to live or whatever. And like I could get behind that as a supervillain plot, but yeah, once he finds, but then the riot thing kind of happens, and it's like now he's just sort of a mindless, kind of faceless monster that doesn't seem to match anything anymore. And it was a bit of a step backwards from a villain perspective. I don't know if I would say almost every comic book movie, but I would say almost every comic book movie of like the 90s. It was compared a lot when it came out to 90s comic book movies, and I think that was a pretty valid comparison. I think some of our more recent ones, I think, have had a lot more going on in their third acts. Even though like it'll always be that big action spectacle, of course, but like the weight of the situation, I think, it just felt a lot more in the more recent and better ones. I think the epitome of 90s-esque comic book movie elements, or 90s is wrong to say, early 2000s, because most of them didn't really come to then. But in the motorcycle chase scene, which is a fun scene, but the like Venom comes out of his arms to latch himself onto the motorcycle, which is cool. It makes sense. Why not? But then when they go over that jump, he flies off the bike, and then Venom shoots out of his chest to grab the bike and pull himself back to the bike. And that on its own is a cool moment, but it's clearly only there to be like, hey, look what we can do, because he latched himself to the bike. Why would he come off the bike in the first place? Hey, Ash. Well, yeah, of course, but you can say that about most action movies, though, as well, Parker. Like, the third act is always where all the explosions happen and all the big dust-ups happen. That's what a climax is. Oh, wait. Okay. Ayla's Flats are done. How you doing, Ash? Rietta. Yeah, the hair. I don't know if I can honestly say, like, okay, that's a thing that I know you're supposed to do, and I even teach it, but I don't know if I can say that I consciously um was like, hey, this silhouette looks like this, so this one has to. But yeah, because their hair, mainly because of their hair. Yeah. I don't myself, but how'd you win that? I'm also very excited for Halloween season. Okay. I've never won anything from Roll Up the Rim. I've won, I think, some free fries or a muffin or something from McDonald's Monopoly, but that's about it. To kick off the spooky season tonight, when I'm done, well, maybe not immediately when I'm done, depends how long this takes, but I'm gonna do a Romero zombie movie-a-thon tonight. Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead. Night of the Living Dead has forever been one of my favorite horror movies. But I've never actually seen the original sequels. So I'm talking about 1978 Dawn of the Dead, by the way, not the Zack Snyder one. Although I like Snyder's version as well. Snyder one's good. I don't know that I'm gonna. I don't know if I want to get into the video review thing, Parker. Or at least not at this time. I think there's a pretty decent argument to be made that Dawn of the Dead is Snyder's first movie, actually. Or, first movie. Best movie. It's very well done visually. It's not his most visually stunning movie, but, like, it's a very well crafted, written by James Gunn, actually, which I'm sure has a big part of its success as well. Oops. Yeah, no, Snyder, without question, has talent. It's not always pointed in the right direction, I guess. And yeah, you're right, Ash, but it's hard to make that leap, though, right? Like, a lot of them have been doing it for a long time before they actually started seeing any money off of it. It's not an easy nut to crack. And to really stay relevant, you really gotta be on top of things. Like, with your reviews right away, you gotta go on opening night. Better yet, get a screener. But good luck with that when you're starting out. Oops, I typed in screener by accident. I think it is. Is it misinformation though? I thought they were legit plot holes and stuff that they were pointing out. But they were being hyper and needlessly critical. But I thought that was kind of the whole thing. I have mixed feelings about stuff like honest trailers and everything, because I think that they're entertaining. Like, I enjoy watching them. But I also think that, like, it's literally their job to be snarky and make jokes out of it. And that's fine. But I've known people to, like, take some of those things so seriously that it'll actually taint their view of the movie, you know? Because, like, I don't think they're bad people for making it, but I think that it has a negative effect on people that watch it sometimes, in terms of, like, watching movies and things, you know? Like, it's kind of, the best movie's gonna have some plot hole, right? And like, they'll make a joke out of something where it's like, okay, the example to use, I can't think of one with on a show specifically, but like, most rom-coms, none of that would have ever happened if people just like had a conversation about what was going on, so the misunderstandings don't happen and stuff like that, right? But if that happened, you wouldn't have a movie. And you want to have that movie. You want to have the zany antics. You want to have the drama. You want to have the misunderstandings and stuff. So that's just like a conceit. Like, deal with it, right? And it's like, yes, Hulk's pants should rip off like the rest of his clothes do, but we also don't want to see him leaping around with giant Hulk dick. So we just accept that, right? But then something like CinemaSins or honest trailers and make that joke about it. And then other people will be like, "Oh, did you ever think of this?" And like it's like, yeah, but that's not a mistake. Like the filmmakers know that better than anybody, you know. Maybe that's too broad of an example, the Hulk thing and everything like that. But it is like sometimes the filmmakers know better than anybody about what does or doesn't make sense in their movies. They make those decisions for a reason, and then it gets presented for the sake of a joke. It gets presented like it's a mistake, and then other people are like, "Huh, they're so stupid. Look what they did." And that's my mixed feeling. But I also enjoy watching them, so I'm no better. I haven't seen much of CinemaSin. Honestly, the only CinemaSin thing I've ever actually watched, I think, is for The Room. But The Room is famously terrible anyway, so I don't know that it really matters. Yeah. And make the joke. It's all, like, making the joke is 100% fair game, and I'll make that joke as well. But you can't make that joke. You can't take that joke so seriously to be like, oh, Peter Jackson's an idiot. You know, like, cause he fucking knew. Tolkien probably knew too, like. But do you want your movie or do you not want your movie? A really dumb one I remember too. I watched uh, Spielberg and Tom Cruise's version of War of the Worlds the other day, which I've always really liked. And I don't think it's like, in terms of like a story or whatever, I don't think it's like an amazing story, but I think it's a fun ride of just these three people trying to survive during this like alien invasion. And I remember when it came out, somebody kind of rolling their eyes like, oh, of course Tom Cruise finds the one working car. And it's like, okay, first of all, he doesn't just randomly find it. It's actually quite well set up how they end up with this working car. But also, it's like, okay, do you want to watch a movie following a 2-hour movie about people surviving an alien invasion? Or do you want to watch a 5-minute movie about a character that dies during the initial attack? Like, there's a reason we're following these characters. It's because they're the ones that survived. Like, um, yeah, I believe that, Chantel. Especially something like spending 3 pages describing a leaf and that kind of shit. I think Lord of the Rings are great stories, but I also think as books, they're a bit of a nightmare to get through. Also, by nature of the word average, Parker, you're describing most movies. I think that's actually a very good point that I would probably agree with. My whole thing has always been with, yeah. My whole thing with movies, though, is there's a lot of really good movies, and there's a lot of really bad movies, but most movies land somewhere in between. And I hate this mentality that seems to be like particularly popular now, where it's like if it's not the best movie ever made, it's the worst movie ever made. I hear people describe like, I was thinking of this earlier too actually, because I watched this week's episode of What If this morning, and there's a lot of talk about the Ultron stuff and people referring to Ultron as a shitty movie, but it's like, no, Ultron's not a shitty movie. It's not even a bad movie. It's just not a great movie. And there's a huge difference there. Plan 9 is a shitty movie. There's tons of like actual unwatchable, terrible, shitty movies. There's other movies that aren't great, and you don't have to like them at all. But terrible, hate, it's such a strong word for to describe most movies. What about the Council of Elrond, Chantal? Yeah, for sure. Also, if you make a mistake or whatever, you can fix it way easier. The shading is a lot smoother. I'm gonna show you guys a bunch of coloring techniques this week, actually, Ash. Or next week, I guess, technically. I don't know. Once we're in the weekend, I never know what's this and what's next. Did you watch any of the coloring that I was doing last week, Ash? I can't remember. Were you there? When I colored the cover? I think you were at the beginning, I think. Or maybe that was when I was drawing it. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't have to do a big part for today's as well that makes it a lot easier is uh, because I had so many characters in the other one, and I had to take it was at least 45 minutes into that stream before I even started coloring, because I was kind of dividing all the different planes of characters into separate layers so that I could treat them differently later on. Whereas this one, all I had to do was kind of delete the white around them, and then I could get started. My estimate for today's stream, I have no idea if this is going to be even halfway accurate, but I'm thinking 3 to 4 hours. That's my guess. Taking a bit to do the flats, and then the shading will probably go pretty fast. I'm going to do backgrounds, but not too much. It's mostly going to be like just kind of color effects and stuff. Might undecided yet if I want to do like kind of that glowy highlight highlight effect I do sometimes. Because that can look really cool, but if I'm doing them over pretty bright backgrounds, that's not really going to stand out much anyway, so it might be kind of a wasted effort. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah. But when it's only one character per image, not an issue. Oh, just realized I forgot the wick on her dynamite. I haven't, but I have it on my list. I'm trying to figure out what I want to watch next. There's I'll probably watch Midnight Mass. That's from the same creators of Haunting of Hill House and Haunting of Bly Manor, which I really, really liked a lot. And being Halloween, I want to do that. I also noticed that American Horror Stories on Disney Plus, so I kind of want to watch that. That's several seasons. There's another one on Netflix called Brand New Cherry Flavor that's kind of horror-ish, and it's like I want to watch these horror shows because it's Halloween. But like, it's hard to get caught up on TV shows because there's so much of a time commitment, and it's like I got a bit of a to-do list in addition to all this Kickstarter stuff. So I'm actually low-key stressing out a bit over it, trying to just decide what shows I want to watch for Halloween. Cool. Cobra Kai's on my list as well, but I'm gonna probably watch that as a drawing show because I feel like I'll be able to follow that pretty clearly. Horror stuff you can't, for me anyway, I can't really watch without actually paying attention because so much of it is visual. Like, miss too much. But I think Cobra Kai I can follow as a drawing show. Cool. There's another Korean show that's on my list as well. I'm forgetting what it's called offhand. It's also kind of a horror-ish one. Have you been watching it yourself, Ash, or you're just aware of it? Yeah, a friend of mine watched it, I think, almost as soon as it came out. I'm not sure if it had been recommended to him or what it was. Um, and that was the first I'd ever heard of it. And then I started hearing other people talking about it as well. The thumbnail for it on Netflix looks super weird. Just gotta make sense of all these tangles here. Just know which one's red and which one's not. The dreaded dreadlocks. Let's make this one red too. That makes sense. I have decided. Anybody have any weekend plans? Combat Fairies related work to be done for tomorrow and maybe even today if I finish this early enough, but very much looking forward to being able to just kind of do it at a chill pace. It's nothing too intense. This entire week has been very go, 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 go. So even a half-day break would be much appreciated. Cool, cool. Makes sense. Let's assess. Oh, wait. No, wait. This one should also be red. Okay. Oh, I didn't finish the rocket. Then she's done. Brietta is done. Now onto Cinia. What the hell? Wow, okay. That's weird. That file started acting all fucky. That's a new one. Haven't had that happen before. Scan. No worries. It was hellish without you, Parker, I'm not gonna lie, but we managed to pull through. Honestly, I was literally just thinking about that, Nash. I was about to say, because Chantel made a comment earlier that she wouldn't be able to stick around for very long because she had to go to work. So I'm thinking between her making that comment and then me asking about it, she must have left. But yeah, I was literally just thinking of that, and I looked at it and you were asking Ash. Whatever it was related to her saying that there was a lot in Tolkien's writings that would piss off editors. And I read the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy, but I don't remember them well enough to be able to comment to that extent. Oops. There's a movie called The Council, with Robin Wright, and it's kind of set in the future. She plays herself in it, and it's about actors or celebrities kind of selling their personalities to production companies so that they can kind of use like an AI version of them in movies and stuff. And there's a scene in the beginning where she's talking to her agent or something, and the agent is like, "Do you know how much money the Lord of the Rings movies made, and or how many people went to see Lord of the Rings in theaters or something like that?" And he gives this like, huge astronomical number, and then he says, "You know how many people bought the book?" And the number is like significantly smaller than the movie numbers. And he says, "Do you know why?" And she's like, "Why?" And it's like, "Because they're a fucking nightmare to get through." And I think that that's a pretty accurate description. I don't know if she meant that editors were like actually pissed off about it, or if it was just the type of thing that would probably piss off an editor. Like I don't know if it's a documented thing. Did anybody see that movie? I keep forgetting it even exists, and I think it might be on Disney Plus or something. But like the one that was about Tolkien writing the story in the trenches came out a year or two ago. It looked decent, but I feel like it came and went, and I never really heard much about it. Yeah. Did you see it, Parker? Or you just know of it? It's also one that I don't think, even if it was really good, I don't know that it would necessarily be a huge moneymaker necessarily. And I think the marketing I think was a bit um, uh, vague. I feel like from remembering the trailers right, like I don't even know if they like if you weren't clued in enough to actually know who Tolkien was, I don't think you would know it was about the creator of Lord of the Rings. As insane as it is to think about, I bet there's a lot of people that don't actually know the name of the author that wrote Lord of the Rings. I see what you did there. Parker is master of the puns. All the Bonds had their moments, though. The one I think the most, well, okay, there's two that I think of the most often. And neither of them are Roger Moore, actually. One is Connery, where he shoots the guy with the harpoon gun and then says, "I think you got the point." And then, well, there's actually no, sorry, three of them. I'm getting one in the mix. The end of Moonraker, when he's with the girl on the spaceship and they're coming back down to Earth, and Q says, "I think he's attempting re-entry, sir." And also, at the end of The World Is Not Enough, with Pierce Brosnan saying, "And I thought Christmas only came once a year." So one of them was a Roger Moore movie, but it wasn't a Roger Moore line. About which Bond, Ash? Are you joking? You never heard of Roger Moore? He's actually done more Bond movies, I think, than any of them. Actually, I think technically him and Connery are tied, but one of Connery's wasn't an official Eon production. Connery was the first, yeah. First it was Connery, then it was George Lazenby, then it went back to Connery for one movie, and then it was Roger Moore. And Roger did, I think, 7 of them. I think. Hey, Mars. And then it was Timothy Dalton for two movies, which are, in my opinion, very underrated Bond movies. Actually, they were a lot grittier, so they were kind of ahead of their time. It's kind of what the Craig ones turned into, and then it was Brosnan, and then excuse me. Oh, that sucks, Mars. Well, don't spoil it for us. That would be correct, Parker. And I guess 20 technically because it was supposed to come out last year. Thanks, Mars. Thanks, Parker. Here is my, like, weird... I don't think I've said this on the stream yet. I know I said it during a class. Here's my weird, kind of petty, kind of neurotic, kind of OCD annoyance with the new Bond movie. It's got nothing to do with the movie itself. It was originally supposed to come out in November, I think, and they moved it up. And I really wish they kept it in November because I kind of want to just watch horror movies this month, but I don't want to not watch Bond, you know? And that's such a stupid thing to complain about, and I'm very aware of it, but I'm complaining about it anyway, damn it. Was it a spoiler online, Mars, or was it somebody in person? Cynia is flat colored. The weirdly specific occasional pet peeve, that's with my complaint about No Time for Die. I'm aware that it's stupid. I'm very aware that it's stupid. Yeah, that's the the thing with the Marvel stuff, especially when it's on Disney Plus. There's an artist, I forget who it was. I'm pretty sure I unfollowed them after this on Instagram. Made some WandaVision fan art like a day after the episode aired, and it spoiled something. I forget what it was that spoiled. And somebody complained in the comment. They were like spoilers, and it wasn't particularly like malicious or like kind of shitty way of complaining. Like they were a very reasonable, just like dude, spoilers or something like that, right? And the artist got all like nasty back with them and said it was like, "Oh, it's not my fault you haven't watched it. It's on Disney Plus. It's fair game." But it was like dude, people have fucking lives. Not everybody can just watch a show or a movie like the moment it becomes available. Like it was like, and it was like the next fucking day too. If they had spoiled it, I would have given them the benefit of the doubt that it was an accident and just left it. But when I saw the way they reacted to that person, I'm pretty sure I unfollowed them. I don't remember for sure, and I don't remember who it was to be able to check, but I'm pretty sure I unfollowed them. Accidents happen, but don't be a dick about it when you get called out on it. Yeah, exactly. That's impressive, Mars. Did they do it on purpose, or were they just an idiot? Oh shit. Wow. There was one. It turned out not to be that much of a spoiler in the end for Endgame, but it still annoyed me on principle a bit. Was somebody saw an advanced screening of it, and I think they were in another country, and was annoying too. It wasn't even somebody that I have on my own friend list, I don't think. Or maybe I did, I can't remember. But, they, yeah, so they got to see it early for whatever reason. And they said, my favorite line in Endgame is, Hail Hydra. That's all I'm going to say. And in the end, it turned out not to be much of a spoiler, really. But when I read it, I thought it was a huge spoiler, because I kind of thought you just blew that Hydra is involved in this movie, when prior to this I had no real reason to think that they would be. And obviously it's because of the time travel stuff and yada yada yada, spoilers. So like when I saw the movie, I wasn't nearly as annoyed by it, but it still kind of pissed me off on principle, because they're just like, you could also just not say anything, you know, like you know that you saw it ahead of everybody else. You don't have to say anything. Like, even if it isn't really a spoiler, you could just let people wait and watch it themselves. Somebody in class the other day, in Ash's class, actually got pissed off at us for spoiling the big character death in Last Jedi. But we kind of thought it was safe, being 4 years old at this point. Were you thinking of that as well? Yeah, Ash. Before I said it. Not all of them were getting it though either, Mars. Some of them were just sort of like, Captain America would never say that, and it's like, well, then read a fucking comic book. Like, yeah, I felt bad for that kind of getting spoiled for Jess, but at the same time, I feel like if you care enough about Star Wars to care about a spoiler, you would think that you wouldn't wait 4 years to watch the movie. But I still felt bad nonetheless. You ever wonder though, in terms of spoilers and stuff, like, we were all, I assume anyway, born after Empire Strikes Back came out. So we probably all knew that Vader was Luke's father before we ever saw the movie. Because, like, I definitely knew that. And I just wonder what my reaction would have been if I didn't know that going in. Joffrey's death in Game of Thrones was spoiled for me in a really dumb way, too. I was in the car, had the radio on, and they were having some kind of trivia contest. And they were like, and basically they tried to word it in such a way that it wouldn't be a spoiler. Sorry, Bart. But but like anybody that watched any of the show would put it together, where they were saying that, like, I can't. It was something like, in what show did a major character die during their wedding last night on TV? On TV last night, or something like that. And it was like Game of Thrones, and it was like, hey, like, if you know anything about Game of Thrones, you know who they're talking about, but it literally was the night before, so it wasn't like masked at all. And I was so pissed off, especially too because I was super stoked for Joffrey to die, because I fucking hate that kid, right? Like we all did. But I was kind of actually disappointed in the way that he died. I thought it was kind of lackluster. I kind of wanted a bigger moment, you know, like Tyrion to like lop his head off or something. But if I at least had the shock of not knowing he was gonna die in that moment, then I think it would have been a satisfying death. But to me, it was like I was just waiting for the death now because of that, and it was just a poisoning. I was pretty pissed off. Totally, and the audience freaking out, Mars. Also, I guarantee you, if Empire Strikes Back had come out for the first, if the internet was a thing during when Empire came out, I guarantee you, there would have been plenty of people complaining about that twist. Because it's impossible to make everybody happy, but any pre-internet movie didn't have to worry about making everybody happy, because if you didn't like it, you didn't like it, and that ended there, you know? But on the internet, you bitch about it, and then other people jump on the bandwagon, and then some people that didn't even agree with you jump on the bandwagon because they want to sound smart. I thought of that a lot when everyone was freaking out about Last Jedi. Not that I would put Last Jedi on the same level at all as Empire, but I'm sure Empire would have had backlash at the time. Not a doubt in my mind. That's also the shame of the prequels. Even if the prequels were flawless, amazing movies, you can't have them without kind of ruining what at one time would have been one of the best twist endings. Or not endings, but twists in film history. You mean like them getting together, or do you mean like the "I love you, I know" scene and all that stuff? I have no idea. I was not born yet. But I do assume though that like most people watching that first movie probably assumed that they were setting Luke and Leia up to be a thing. So for her to end up with Han would have felt like it came out of left field. But I don't know whether or not Lucas legit had intended for Leia and Luke to be twins in the beginning. I don't know if that was always his plan from day one, but I kind of feel like I don't think he ever intended to actually put them together. In any event, but I actually don't really know for sure. Yeah. You know, a complaint the Star Wars gets that always pisses me off? When they talk about the incest because of that one kiss scene. Okay, first of all, they didn't know, right? And I think that's a very important piece of information. But also, everyone embellishes it so much. It's like, oh, he made out with his sister. Like, he didn't make out with her. They fucking had, like, one kiss. Like, does not constitute a makeout. Huge difference between a kiss and a makeout. Huge. again, that's one of those other things we were saying earlier. Make the jokes about that. By all means, fair game to make the jokes, but let's not. But let's also not pretend like it's something that it wasn't. Like, yeah, also true. Yeah, and that's the thing. If anything, it's almost like on a rewatch, it's almost more like a comedic beat than anything gross because you know that they don't know, right? You know what shorter Honora's pigtails are here compared to what they become. That was one of the early designs that I used for the color ref there. Just noticed something we need to fix, but it'll be an easy fix, luckily. There are not. The fairies reproduce asexually. They're born from flowers that get pollinated by pixie dust. So they reproduce asexually and by accident, essentially. Oops. What did I just do? What did I just do? That was terrifying, guys, but we fixed it. Don't worry. Basically, yes. And none of them know who their parents are. but it's like the way it's been all the time. So I don't think they actually see it that way. But to us, yes. All right, Nora is done. Now we're coloring Kiani. Instinct. Well, the shooting isn't necessarily instinct. That's not all of them are gun toting and stuff, but so that would be training through whoever they find to train them, but there'd be a bit of that probably. Speaking of trial and error, you know what I think about sometimes when I'm driving? You see traffic lights, stop signs. What was the trial and error process like for figuring that out? You know, like, was there a time when it was like there was no lights, obviously, people were crashing into shit, and they're like, okay, we need something here, and then they come up with something. They come up with like the stop sign or whatever. Probably takes a while before people actually start to figure out what it's for and start listening to it. But when they had the lights system, though, there's probably one time where it was just red and green. People were still crashing into each other. Or maybe it was just green and it turned off and on sometimes. Maybe. That's how a lot of people learned to swim. Huh. Is that an actual study? I remember seeing a comedian one time that said traffic would move a lot faster if they just got rid of the green light, because everybody moves way faster when they see the yellow light anyway. That actually does make sense, I guess, because I think that you kind of zone out behind the wheel in a lot of ways, right? But when you're forced, it's kind of like I think driving stick instead of automatic kind of makes you have to be a little bit more alert at all times as well. What happened in the go-kart, Mars? Unless it's too traumatic to relive. I thought there might be more to the story than that, though. Like, did it flip or anything? Huh. Okay. My mom used to put together a go-kart event every year. My mom still does some, but used to do more event planning for different companies, and she worked a lot in the mining industry and stuff, and still does. But she's like semi-retired, so she doesn't do as much as she used to. Although still, for somebody who's semi-retired, still works a hell of a lot. But anyway, used to do this annual go-karting event, and I would often help with it in different ways. And we were there one time, and I didn't actually see it happen, but a guy flipped forward in the go-kart. Like the go-kart itself did a complete like 180, like tipping forward, like nose first, and mid-air the guy's legs came out of the cart and he landed on his feet. So I was watching at the other corner of the track or whatever, and somebody said something, or people were reacting or whatever, and I turned and the guy was standing on his feet, hunched over with the go-kart on his back because he was still strapped into it. And that would have been fucking horrifying. Nice. Huh. Wow. Was it a similar type of flip on the quad, Mars? How many driving related accidents have you had, by the way? On the seatbelt thing, Ash, I heard that apparently the way seatbelts are designed, um, like they were designed specifically with men in mind. So they're like significantly more effective uh, in like saving a man's life than they are a woman's life because of just the way our bodies differ and the way that it fits across our chest and stuff. so that sucks. I would hope so, yeah. But what I was hearing, it sounded like it was still the way it was, but I didn't do any like research on my own. Question on the quad thing, Mars. Were you going over the hill this, like, okay, so like if this is the hill, were you driving up it like this, or were you driving it kind of like at an angle like this? Because that's the thing with those and golf carts and stuff as well, is if you go straight over a hill, shouldn't be a problem, but if you try to go over a hill at an angle, you'll tip. And that's how most golf cart accidents happen, apparently. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm with Ash then. I definitely understand your reluctance to get a vehicle. I don't really like driving that much in general. I drive just enough to make it worthwhile having a car, and just little enough to be pissed off every time I have to pay for insurance. Oh, so lucky. I get it. I think I'm generally a pretty patient person, but I am not the most patient at all when I'm in a car. Patience just goes out the window. Wow. Self-driving cars will be fun. You mentioned driving earlier, Ash, so I'm guessing you have a car? Do you, when we do have campus classes, do you drive to class, or do you take transit? Because even though I have a car, I still take transit to work all the time. Yeah, I get that. I was thinking it's undeniable convenient sometimes, and then yeah, like my parents live out in Mission and stuff, and a lot of friends live in the Tri-City area, so it's handy to be able to drive sometimes. Also, like there's a if I finish the stream early enough, I might run an errand later. I ordered some posters that arrived yesterday, so I kind of want to go get some frames for them, but I probably wouldn't even entertain the idea of doing it today if I couldn't drive. Are you drawing on paper, Parker? Something that's been really great with both Combat Fairies and with Twitch is how much more I've been drawing lately, because growing up, I was barely ever not drawing. But once I got into animation, I did so much of the animation I do is digital that, you know, the planning process, tons of drawing, storyboarding, character designs, all that stuff. And then I make all my digital assets, and then I start animating with that, and I do so many, like, so many of my projects have been so ambitious that I kind of just live in that space, and I don't, and while I'm in the middle of a project like that, I'm not really drawing much at all. So that's been one of the great things about Twitch, is doing that at least a couple times a week. But then in addition to that, with the, like, working on the volume 1 of Combat Fairies, I was doing like 8 to 12 hour drawing days almost every day, and it was just like when I was a kid and kind of fell in love with drawing, and that has been awesome, and I don't really want to lose that. I think when you look at Combat Fairies, you can actually see my drawing improve over the course of the 12 chapters as well. Part of it's just getting more used to the characters, kind of evolving them a little bit as it goes. Hair getting longer and things like that, getting used to what I can do with them and their different trinkets and stuff like that. But some of it's just sheer drawing practice developing. I scan them. Big giant scanner over here, actually. Honestly, I'm surprised I don't get more tired of it as well, Ash. There are the occasional things that'll start to drag a little bit, and then it's usually when I'll kind of mix something up a little bit. I'm actually going to make a change probably over the next term or two. Make this change for storyboarding. One of the storyboarding classes, we just watch clips from movies and talk about them, and it's fun and I like it, but it's the same batch of clips every time. And so what I'm actually gonna do, I'm gonna I'm gonna expand on it. I'm gonna get like a shit ton more examples, and I'm going to break them up into categories, so like action scenes, comedy scenes, dialogue scenes, chase scenes, scary scenes, whatever. Right? Some scenes might appear in more than one category, and then I have a few different ideas of approaching this. This actually came up a little bit last night when Parker mentioned the randomizing wheel thing. And then I'll get people in the class to pick what type of scene everyone gets a turn, what type of scene they want to see, and then they either pull a scene out of a hat, or they spin the wheel, or they'll pick a number, and I'll have numbers between like 1 and 10 or whatever. I'll have the numbers assigned, and that way it'll be a bigger variety of scenes. So I won't be watching the same ones every single time myself. And be talking about the same ones every single time myself. But and it'll be a little bit more interactive for people too. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. Yeah. But it's going to take a lot of setup to make it work, because I gotta find the other scenes, decide on the other scenes, find them, download them, get them ready, figure out how the whole deciding process is going to work, and whether or not I need to do some stuff to make that viable and all that. So, but I am looking forward to it. Oops. I was actually originally hoping to do that with the current term, but I realized I wasn't going to be able to get it all together in time. I've compiled a pretty big list of what other scenes to include, and I still am adding to it on a pretty regular basis, but it'll also make it easier to add more scenes later if I think of other ones that I want to include, because the way it's set up now, it's like, if I see something that inspires me, like, oh, maybe that'd be a good one to show, but then I'm like, but I only have so much time in the class, you know? But if I have it set up this way, where it's a bit more randomized, I think the showing the examples in general, I think, is the only part that I really feel any kind of monotony with. Giving the lectures and stuff doesn't really bother me, but watching the same stuff every single time, some of it I never get tired of, especially scenes from some of my favorite movies and stuff. And then also, if it's a longer clip, then maybe I'll check my email on my phone or something like that while we're showing, and that helps too with that. But yes, Jaws. Not. Oh, making of a not. Oh, well, we used to. But not anymore, because I stopped doing that because of COVID. Because showing that just didn't really work the same way anymore as it once did. And I ended up making other material to kind of fill that space in, and I like that other material better, so that's kind of what I focus on now. The other thing too is the intent of that was so that would kind of just play in the background while people would get to work. But more and more people like to work digitally now, and can't necessarily work during class anyway, so then that just kind of becomes wasted to them. So although I do think that is a really good documentary, though. Really good example of everything that goes into everything. See, that's one though that, like, okay, so that scene from Jaws and the opening of Inglourious Bastards are two scenes that I would probably rather not stop showing. So I don't know if I'll maybe make sure that they cross-pollinate so they're more likely to get pulled up, or just because I have a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to talk about with those scenes that I think are helpful in terms of like learning about shots and pacing and suspense and all that kind of stuff. Reveals. The hell? Uh, it can definitely be a pain in the ass. Like what I was doing last week, was definitely a pain. But it's not too often I have to do that, because if there's, depending on the reason for the layers, it sometimes will make more sense to just draw it on a separate layer and scan them separately, put them back together. But it really depends on what you're splitting them up for, because I think that a lot of the times I think it's a lot more intuitive to just draw it on one page, and that's definitely how I felt about that cover. But if I was splitting them up because of a specific effect, like if I wanted something to be like a hologram effect or slightly transparent, or it's like a ghost or something like that, then I would definitely do that so that I can also see the drawings underneath it. Or if I wanted something to be in soft focus, so I was going to put a blur filter on it or something like that. Also, sometimes if it's like for a client, if I'm doing client work, then whether I want to draw it in layers or not, I sometimes will, just because clients change their minds, and if it's on a separate level, I can make edits to their taste a little bit easier. And then then they're like, oh, well, I wish this was more like that. I can do it without having to kind of go back to formula, you know? What I did last week, I would say, it's not really that difficult, but it's definitely time consuming. But it depends on the drawing as well, though, because if I had to do that exact same thing, but with a simpler batch of characters that didn't have all the cross-hatching and all that kind of stuff, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. With the client work too, it depends on what it is. Like if somebody was asking me for a commission for like a character or whatever, I probably wouldn't worry about it. But if it was for something like a more corporate thing, like sometimes I'll do drawings for websites or this or that, and they're the ones that are sometimes a little bit less sure or whatever. And someone's commissioning you for a character art just because they like your art, they want to see your take on that character. But if it's something for like a corporate thing, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, a lot of people might change their minds and stuff like that. Okay, we officially close this one now. I have the flats done for all 5 characters. So I'm gonna start shading them in a minute. I am gonna take a quick bathroom break though here, so I'm gonna just. Oh, thank you, Parker. I think I have a back soon thing. Let's see, does it still work? Huh. Okay, hang on. Oh god. Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? There we go. Did I screw up anything else? No, okay. This is back before I changed my. There we go. I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. I promised I would be. You didn't believe me, but here I am. Oh, and the music paused. That's unfortunate. There we go. Alright. Let's plug in the tablet and let's start shading this stuff. Oh, shit. I missed something. The 8-ball here. My God. How could this have happened? Gold, 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 gold. There we go. Now, candy's done. Thank you, Parker. It's good to be back. All right. Let the shading commence. If I'm being honest, I think that the Ayla drawing of these 5 is maybe the weakest, in my opinion. I don't think it's a bad drawing, but I feel like her pose isn't as... Didn't exaggerate the pose as much. Back could be arched more, things like that. If I'm going to be all nitpicky of my work. But I still don't think it looks bad. But if I'm comparing. You hoping to crank out multiple Hallowinks today, Parker? Oh, really? Which one? So this is for tomorrow, obviously. Which one is it? I can't remember if I asked you last night, Parker. Are there any on your list that you're particularly excited to draw? Hey, JC. I'm not doing too bad. Oh, one of your mystery ones, Parker? Very sly. Wow! Wrong button. We're cool. We're cool. Everything's good here. How are you? Shit. That's the kind of harassment you missed with your bad timing yesterday, JC. Oops. Huh. Just discovered something. So maybe you did see her. Maybe she was with you the whole time yesterday and you had no idea. What if Mars has been lying this whole time and she's not even a foundation student? She's actually a writing student. Think about that. Maybe her name isn't even Mars. Maybe her name is Kelsey Curvin. And you've been being taught by him this entire time. Or Michael Baser. Or Kat Montague. Or John Meadows. Or I can't remember Paul's last name, but you get the gag. What about the inking is tripping you up, Parker? I'm trying to think of a comeback to that JC that doesn't sound accidentally dirty. I have to get back to you on that one. Something you could try, Parker, just to give yourself. Do you have a printer? Because you could, just to give yourself a safety net to maybe help with your confidence a bit, is to scan it first. So that if you screw up, you can print it off and do it again, you know? It's not a be-all, end-all kind of approach. I mean, you don't need to have a printer, but it would make it easier if you had a printer just because you could. The first line, Parker, was going to say something that was like, or some might say I'm not beating it hard enough. and then I thought of something else, and I don't even remember what that was now. But then I was worried about how that one sounded as well. if I knew for sure I was gonna do like a harsher highlight on her afterwards, like I sometimes do, I might lay off on this kind of detail. But at the moment, I'm not thinking I'm gonna do that. I might still change my mind, but at the moment, I don't think I will. I know the feeling. I have to wean myself back and forth every once in a while. There was a girl one time in at the school, Nikki. Parker knows Nikki actually, and she had never had Reese peanut butter cups, and I don't remember how or why, but she knew how much I loved Reese peanut butter cups, and she brought a pack into class one time, just because I was talking about them or something, and she wanted to try them, and she'd never tried them before, and she loved them so much that for the rest of that term, and maybe even to the term after that, she showed up eating peanut butter cups every day, and like it's developed like a legit addiction, I think, to it, and I felt completely responsible for it. Are you telling us to lay out the sugar, JC? Doesn't give a shit about my health, but that is a bit concerned. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but I do like ice caps and fraps and stuff, kind of glorified milkshake. Um, which is, I realize, coffee. It's just not this, not the classic coffee or whatever. And definitely had more of those than I would tip. I try to keep them to a minimum because I know they're not great for you. But definitely had more than I would typically have this week. Because keeping pretty busy, and then realizing I was pre-committed to at least a couple hours on the stream every night. It's a good workaround, Ash. It tricks yourself into thinking you're laying off the coffee. Any of you guys ever see the movie Uncle Buck? John Candy, John Hughes movie from the late 80s. Hey, Billy. Oh, that's took it to a dark place, JC. Just because early in the movie, it's basically about an obnoxious uncle that has to come and watch the kids for a couple weeks while the parents are away and yada yada. And the mom isn't a big fan of him, and he makes this big announcement that he stopped smoking cigarettes at the beginning of the movie, and she's all happy for him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm on to cigars now." Good shit. Fix a hair anomaly there in a minute. No, that's planes, trains, and automobiles. I think everyone's susceptible to getting hooked onto cigarettes, Parker. I was actually gonna say that to Mars's comment actually as well, that it's not necessarily even a caffeine addiction. It's just like literally anything can be habit forming. So if you just kind of get used to that being kind of your escape, so it might have as much to do with that than it is with oops, the actual caffeine itself. I get what you mean, Parker. I'm just being a smartass. I've laid out the flats for all 5 of them. And now I'm just shading Ayla. So she's the first one to get shaded, and none of them are actually finished yet. Definitely a thing. How intense would you call your sugar addiction, Billy? My thing is, if I have an excuse to have something sweet for a few days in a row, then I get in that habit where around that same time the next day I'll wish that I had something. And I'm not always necessarily motivated enough to go out and get it, but I'll definitely want it. And if it's in the house, I can't not have it. So I try to just not keep it on hand too much, because that way I'll only get it when I'm really feeling motivated, and I'll keep it down to a minimum. Um, I don't do the sugary drinks too much. I like pop, but I've never been the type that would get pop on a regular basis. But I used to drink so much orange juice, like so much fucking orange juice, and I try to hold that habit down a little bit more these days. I'll still get a jug every once in a while, but I try not to make it like I used to have to always have it stocked. No, I don't, Ash. Believe it or not, despite my demeanor, I actually don't smoke weed. I think on one or two mild occasions I have animated drunk, maybe drawn drunk, but never high. But I know there's been a couple times in the past where like when I was working on an ambitious animation project, I would go to a party or something, I'd come back, I feel too wired to go straight to bed, so I'd be like, oh, I'll get some work done. So I would work on the next scene, but definitely be drunk while doing it. But not too often. I don't drink too often either, but not a pot smoker. Well, not high on anything, but I assumed he meant that. I actually don't think that'd be as entertaining as you think, JC. I'm not like I don't get like raving weird drunk. I don't have like it's not like getting high. You don't hallucinate unless you're of a really shitty tolerance. So I don't think it actually would influence my drawing as much as you might think that it would. Unless I go so far in that I can barely hold the pencil. That's a whole other thing. Nobody wants to see that. I've only probably been that drunk maybe 3 times in my life. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. I think you're expecting me to like break into tears to talk about how much I love to draw or something, but I don't think that would happen. I don't think anybody actually likes the taste of alcohol. It's what the mixes and shit are for. Okay, let's move the laser up here. Do an instant laser effect here. Middle needs to be a bit more. There we go. All right, Ayla shading done. That's what's also dangerous about the cocktails, because you forget you're drinking booze. I think it's a world term, and you're just out of touch, JC. Fairly sure it's not a Canadian thing. The headaches would happen less the more often you drink, but that being said, I'm not telling you you should be drinking more, just to be clear. It is literally pouring poison in your body when it comes right down to it. Yeah, the sugary ones are dangerous. They taste good, but they're dangerous. There's like a level of drunk that can be genuinely fun, but once you get to that level, it's increasingly easier to get beyond that level, where you kind of just don't feel as in control of yourself as you would like to be, and that part's not fun. And hangovers suck as well. I've never had horrible, horrible hangovers, like one or two exceptions. But my big thing is like, any night that I drink a lot, I usually don't sleep that well. And so the next day, more than anything, I'll just be really tired. and because you can't taste it in those cocktails as well. Did you have to do a serving it right, Parker? Because I know you don't like, you're not a server, but I did serving it right. Barely ever used it, but I did take the course. Got the certification. But I remember a lot of those things being part of the test, I think. Oh, okay, and that would have been kind of baked into that a bit, I guess. While before I started at VFS, I took a bartending course and never ended up getting any real work as a bartender, but learned a few things. Yeah, that's what everybody told me, except for the people that were hiring. I was doing freelance stuff and wasn't working as consistently as I wanted to, and I thought bartending would be a good side gig because even part time, if you're in the right place and doing the right hours, you can do pretty well. But yeah, nothing came of it, and then it wasn't too long after that that I started working at VFS, and it kind of became a moot point anyway. Yeah, Dylan is gonna up his own. Oh, uh, I mean, I don't have any plans to. I like teaching quite a bit. Um, and it kind of gives me the opportunity to be able to work on my own projects and still, because like when you're at a studio, it's so um, project and deadline based that it's really hard to find the time to work on your own stuff. I think the only reason I would see me leaving or voluntarily leaving anyway would be if I had the opportunity to do something big that wasn't gonna allow the time to do both. You know, like if I got um, a project green, like an animated project greenlit for me to direct or movie or TV show or something like that, um, I wouldn't want to turn something like that down. So if the time commitment wasn't going to allow both, then maybe. But even then, I feel like I would still try to stick around. I just maybe wouldn't do as many classes. But at the moment, that's not happening, and I have no intentions to. Thanks, JC. Don Bluth has his own animation school now. Don't blame me, Parker. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've always liked Bluth. What about the video game concept makes you say that, JC? Is that your plan, JC, to take the Writing for Games stream in the end? I think you might have said that already, actually, because I know you're interested in Apex, writing for Apex. Gotcha, gotcha. Is there any way to take multiple streams? No. Do you have to pay your full tuition again to do that, or is it there's some sort of option to? Do something like that. I don't know what word to hell I was looking for there. Just the way you worded it made me think this was already an option you knew was a possibility. Aside from the money issues, of course. I called this layer gun stuff, and I keep thinking of that meme. It's got like the bear, and it's like, "What are you doing?" And the bear's like, "I don't know, just bear stuff." It's a freaking adorable meme, is what it is. Why I deemed this voice necessary to comment on it, I honestly couldn't tell you. Actually, it's kind of a JC thing. You know, we start off the last. Hey Dylan, how you doing? Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Picking up what you're putting down. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. Does that mean you actually did step in something, Parker? You working today, Billy? I like the color of space. What'd you think of it, Parker? It definitely wants to be the thing, and I don't think it is the thing. But it's not easy to be the thing. What happened here? Something's being weird. Hang on. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Based on a Lovecraft story. H.P. Lovecraft. That is. What time do you start, Billy? Okay, well, I'm guessing, assuming you want to, you'll be able to see this entire stream. This should not take us till 6:30. Or 5 or 5:30, however late you need to go. Actually, you said you're working too, didn't you, Parker? I honestly don't know a ton either. I just know of him. I think I said before, I liked a lot of movies that were described as Lovecraftian, but I read a bunch of Lovecraft short stories last year, and one of them was Color from Space. The one thing that is kind of unadaptable about that story, though, is the whole point is this is a color that we have never seen in our solar system before. So it's like, what could this possibly like? So in the book, it's describing like a color unlike anyone has ever witnessed, right? But then in the movie, like they have to give it a color, and we can't use anything but colors that we all know. So it's just like pink. And they sort of abandoned like. There's one part where Cage is describing the color to the cop or whatever, and he's like trying to describe it, and he kind of just stumbles on himself for a second. And he's like, "Well, actually, it's kind of a color I don't know if I've seen before." And it kind of so they acknowledge it, but they don't draw too much attention to it because they realize they can't really do that justice, I guess. I kind of wonder if they had maybe done it in like either the light is so bright it's overexposed and we can't really see it ourselves as the audience, or the whole thing is in black and white or something, so we can't distinguish it. Would have been kind of a neat workaround for that. But no, I thought it was decent. Alright. Brietta is fully shaded. Oh yeah, what'd you think of Willy's Wonderland? Yeah. I don't know if it really was supposed to be a Five Nights at Freddy's parody. I think it's more that it's in the same vein and was probably inspired by it, but I don't think they're trying to parody it exactly. And I kind of really liked that Nicolas Cage never speaks in it. Oops. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's just because it's unique, right? You don't see that from characters that often in general, let alone um, a main character, especially one that's like a known actor as well. the shots of them being watched on screen isn't really a thing in real life. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Do you think there's any kind of elaborate backstory behind the phrase "not your cup of tea"? It's not like a super complex phrase, you know? But I feel like there's got to be an origin. Like, all these things have origins. Because, like, maybe if somebody historically in history accidentally drank someone else's tea and then it had some sort of catastrophic effects because it wasn't because they weren't meant to drink it. Maybe it was poisoned and it killed the wrong person. Who knows? Or spooky campfire story. The wrong cup of tea. Yeah. Or episode of Wallace and Gromit. Huh. But it must have changed after the 1800s though, because we don't usually use it in a positive context. Oh, okay. Yeah. But if it's the wrong, or oh, okay, right. But still, though, if you're drinking something tea that's not meant for you, isn't that still a bad thing? No matter what your connotation with tea is. Cinia is now shaded. Huzzah! Anora now. We are 3/5 of the way through the shading process, guys. See, I can math. I know how to math sometimes. Basically a human abacus over here. Oh, really? What'd you think of it? Because Hocus Pocus, I think, is a decent movie that I love because of the nostalgia, but I think only half of it really holds up if you were to watch it with fresh eyes. But I've never watched it without the nostalgia goggles, so I can't be sure that I'm right about that. That's a good assessment. It's not a bad thing to take away from that. And but you still enjoyed it by the sounds of it. So, okay, cool. Because yeah, my thing is that I think the witches themselves are really funny, still, even as an adult. But I think that some of the kid stuff might be kind of cheesy, especially the overacting from the bullies. Yeah, yeah. I think bullies in kids movies are always like obviously bullying is a legit thing, but they're always so cartoonish that they just don't seem at all believable in a lot of kids movies. Especially when they're like near the beginning when they're like acting out trick or treating, and that's somehow supposed to be bullying. They're like ding dong, and they kind of run around or whatever. Although I kind of want to watch Hocus Pocus now. They don't make enough actual Halloween movies though. Like horror movies, sure, but ones that are actually like set in and around Halloween, not enough of them. Yeah. Mm, gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense now, Billy. Thank you, as always, for your crack researching skills. I don't actually know the Karate Kid movies super well. I know the first movie and I know the remake, but well, the one criticism I had of the remake was there's the bullies beating the shit out of him, and then Jackie Chan shows up and beats the shit out of the kids. But it's like a legit like Jackie Chan fight where he's just like just destroying these kids, and it's like, hey, I know they're assholes, but they're still like 13, man. Like, I watched Halloween Town for the first time last year, and wasn't too into it. Like I guarantee I would have liked it as a kid. And I think I might have even seen it as a kid, but I only saw it like the one time as a kid, so it wasn't like didn't leave like a lasting impression. Um, but yeah, I didn't get too into it. Um, watching it for the first time last year. But if I had watched it as a kid, I'm sure I would have I still would have loved it because of the nostalgic element of it. Because Halloween always will have a nostalgic element to it, I think. Because whether you're actually watching movies from when you were a kid or taking part in anything that you did as a kid, just the thought of Halloween is naturally going to make you think of stuff that you did when you were a kid, whether you are trying to or not. So yeah, part of my love of Halloween, I'm sure, comes down to that as well. I never did see Scary Godmother. That was done. That was done here though. That was by Mainframe. They did 2 of those, I think, didn't they? Or maybe even more. Yeah. It always looked fun, but I never did. I don't think I ever did watch it. Or if I did, I only had it in the background or something. One time. I want to say that came out when I was in high school. What year is that? The first one? I noticed they added a Mickey Mouse Halloween special on Disney Plus. It's from 2017. I'll probably watch that. There's a Star Wars Lego Halloween one as well. I didn't get into the Star Wars Lego holiday special as much as I wanted to though. So I might watch the Halloween one, but I wasn't like, oh yes, when I saw it, you know. 2003. Okay, so I just finished high school. I would have been in art school then. Oh, I love Paranorman. I want them to put the original holiday special on Disney. Like, I know Lucas wants it like burned from existence, but I want them to put it on there and have a commentary track from George Lucas, even if he only allows it to only be viewable with the commentary track. I think that would be amazing. I like Paranorman as well, but Paranorman's also not set during Halloween. Like, there's lots of, like, it's a really good one to watch at Halloween because I think the tone of it is very Halloweeny, and it feels very fall. Or I think it is set in the fall, but there's not really any direct Halloween references in it. Or just scared stupid, yeah. I actually thought it was as well, Billy Paranorman, and then realized I was wrong watching it one year. But I think it's just because of the tone of it. Like, the tone has got that, because it's paranormal, but it's also kind of fun, and it feels very fall. You know, and the kids are putting together some sort of fall concert. So there's like a lot of the imagery kind of lines up, but it's not directly based on Halloween at all. Paranorman is definitely a good movie, though. Adam Sandler had the Hoobie Halloween last year, which I gotta say, not a great movie, but I think better than a lot of his movies as of late have been, and based purely on the fact that it's readily available on Netflix and is set around Halloween, there's a decent chance that I'll watch it again this year. It wasn't great, but it wasn't horrible, and it was very much in the spirit of things, you know. Christmas used to be my favorite time of year, and I still very much like Christmas, but Halloween has usurped it, I think, as my favorite time of year, for sure. Ernest Scared Stupid is a fun one. It is very stupid, but it is a fun one. It's a decent double feature with Hocus Pocus, actually. Like, it's a lot goofier than Hocus Pocus is, but it's got that, just because of that 90s family movie charm, you know. They fit well. Trick or Treat, of course, is the be-all, end-all of Halloween movies. Again, though, we're getting into some like specials and stuff though too, not like movies. I was never a huge Charlie Brown guy though, I gotta say. Such a depressing kid. Although, in fairness, I haven't watched anything Charlie Brown since I was a kid, and I feel like there might be a certain subtlety to it that I might appreciate now that I didn't get as a kid. I am fully willing to admit that if I watched a Charlie Brown thing now, I might like it a lot more. I remember that one too. I think but I don't remember it super well. But I do remember watching it. He's dressed up as a pirate in it, isn't he? I used to watch the Garfield Christmas special every year. I remember last year, around, or actually I think the last 2 years around Halloween, I really wanted to show the Ichabod, Legend of Sleepy Hollow Disney animated version to my class on Halloween. Couldn't find it. Although I wonder if I could. I don't think Disney Plus will let you screen share in Zoom, but I might have been able to, but at the school today, or this year, maybe I can just log in on the school computer and open it up on the projector. Yeah, I don't know that I ever actually saw the whole thing. I think I've only ever seen the Sleepy Hollow one, unless I saw it when I was a kid, which is definitely possible. Also, by the way, Sleepy Hollow is another one that I really like, which they never say the words Halloween, but there are jack-o'-lanterns in it and stuff at least. Burton, yeah, the Burton movie. Johnny and Christina. I watched. I think I might have actually told the story on the stream because I think I watched this right before I went live one night. But I watched The Dead Zone with Christopher Walken, based on a Stephen King book a while ago, and he makes several references to the Legend of Sleepy Hollow and the Headless Horseman, and he went on to play the Headless Horseman in Sleepy Hollow, which I thought was kind of funny. Also, in that same movie, Martin Sheen appears and says, "I'm going to be president one day," and then, but like, he actually played the president in The West Wing for several years, or 10 years later. It's like the movie kept predicting stuff, and the movie actually is about psychic abilities and predicting stuff. It was weird. I think there was something else in there too, but I'm forgetting offhand what it was. Fun facts. Are you referring to my Walken story there as a fun fact, or do you have a fun fact you're about to drop on us? Okay. Here's another fun fact. There was, I think, 3 different actors that actually played the Headless Horseman. When he's sword fighting, it's Ray Park, better known as Darth Maul. When he has his head, he's Christopher Walken, and when he's riding a horse, he's somebody else, but I forget who that somebody else is. I don't know that it's anybody famous doing the horse riding. Another stuntman. Her wings don't actually overlap with anything. I don't see through any of her wings. By the way, going back to Venom, talking about it earlier. So I watched it last night. Had the end credits playing while I was brushing my teeth and stuff because I was gonna crash right after. And it actually has a scene from Spider-Verse at the end of it, which I thought was really weird. I mean, I get why they would do that in theaters because that was Sony's next superhero movie and they wanted to promote it and everything. But for it to still be attached to the end of the movie on Netflix seemed really weird when it's no longer an upcoming movie. It's not like it's an original scene they created. It doesn't tie in with Venom at all. Something's glitchy, something's glitchy. Panic mode, panic mode. Oh, thank God. Something is still being weird though. Wow. close. Oh, there we go. Okay, that was close. Yay! You gonna take a break from it, Parker? Or you gonna move into the next one? Ah, gotcha, gotcha. When do you leave for work, Parker? Alright, Honora is done. So now, oops. Color Kiani. Oh, okay. Might have this done before you have to go, Parker. I clearly was wrong when I said 3 to 4 hours, because we're at 4.5 now, but almost done shading. I haven't 100% settled on the background, so that's the part that makes me unsure, but I don't think I'm going to do anything too crazy for the background. I don't think. And still undecided if I'm going to do the extra This tune makes me think of Stevie Wonder, very superstitious. Okay, not so much anymore. For a minute though. It's too bad about the licensing stuff. I would have really loved to play like Monster Mash and stuff. All our Halloween talk. DMCA? What are we talking about? Oh. I've heard of it, but I know nothing about it. Okay. But even with years gone by, you're confident that it's a solid game. So that's good. Sounds cool. Damn it. Yeah, okay. Oh, fancy. Just think of all the highlighted messages you can send now. Think of how underwhelmed you can make JC with the use of your points. Fancy, fancy. Highlighted emote. all 5 fairies are now colored and shaded. So now, we're gonna start finishing some stuff off here. Okay, so first off, I'm gonna save them all in a new version because I'm gonna start messing around with them a little bit. And I gotta resize the canvases. You should pull them out to do this. So it's gonna be 8.75 by 11.25. Slightly problematic for Ayla, but I have plans to fix her. 8.75 by 11.25. Basically, these are gonna be 11 by 17 size prints, but I'm allowing for a 1/4 inch bleed. If you're wondering why these exact numbers. Oops. Well done, JC. Well done. Okay. I'm gonna group them so when I mess around with background stuff, it'll be easy. So for Ayla, I'm gonna do some scale her down a bit, but I like the idea of maybe that way. Crazy mile. Alright, Parker. See you next time. Just realized I should actually... Oops. I did this wrong. It shouldn't be just 0.25. It should be... No, I guess that's right. Okay. Give me a second here. I'm mathing. Alright. That should be fine. I can edit it later if I need to. Okay. I think I need to bite the bullet and crop Ayla a bit. This cloth, just because she's so small compared to the other ones, it's going to drive me insane. So I'm going to rotate her a bit. Like that. Still smaller, but yeah, I guess it works. Okay. um, you know, background stuff. There's gonna be more to these backgrounds than just a gradient, but this is my start. Or just putting it out there. Maybe I'll adapt it. I'm just saying. I have a hard time thinking it would really work very well in live action, to be honest. Like, it could be done, like, visual effects wise and everything, but you're pushing it a bit. Just because I think because they're so human-like, you know, if they're CG, you get the uncanny valley, but if they're real people, it might look kind of cheesy having them shrunk down and stuff. Yeah, that always works out. At the end of the playlist. My God. Classic kind of comic booky look. Has such a circus look until I blur it. What are you up to, JC, as you watch? It is always the struggle with art. Put it in the bathroom so you can look at them every time you're taking a shit. That could be a thing. I need a good picture to look at while I'm shitting. I need to look into getting something for there. Gotcha, gotcha. I would have a very difficult time doing any kind of writing while having something like this playing in the background. I love podcasts and TV shows and interviews, things like that while I'm drawing, but when I'm writing, can't do it. It's like score and that's it. Music but no lyrics. Well, that's cool. You're not the only one. I've heard that before. People as well. Yeah. Mild regrets with Ayla. She's forced to be small and slightly cropped, but oh well. Yeah. Good to see that. To be clear, I don't think Ayla looks bad here. I like the way the drawing turned out. I just, I feel like there's something slightly off that doesn't make it match as well with the others. And it's mainly because of the sizing. Because of those giant, ridiculous guns of hers. guys, I'm gonna take another 2-minute break and 2 to 5 minute break, and then come back. These things are almost done, but I've decided I am gonna add that extra highlight pass on all of them, which shouldn't be too bad, but it's gonna be a little bit. So I'll be back in, we'll say, 5 minutes. Alright guys, I'm back, but I'm eating an energy bar before I start drawing again. Fox actually does writing streams kind of like that sometimes, JC. It's a Cliff Builder bar, peanut butter. Actually, I decided to eat the bar on the stream. She hasn't done one in quite a while now, but she was pretty regular for a while. But she's back to work now, though, too, so that's probably why. She'll probably get back to it, though, JC. bar was a good choice. It was needed. And now it's gone. The music stopped. Keep going. There we go. Alright. Let's do this. But also, like I said about you watching the streams while you write, JC, I can imagine writing and trying to maintain a conversation on the stream at the same time. You guys might assume as much, but I definitely draw slower on the streams than I do otherwise, because I'm stopping to look at what you're saying and sometimes stopping to comment. Sometimes I work while I talk, sometimes I don't. A little bit. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I agree with you, Billy. I don't know if I just heard a car horn honking outside or if that was the music. I think it might have been the music. Don't we hate what? Yes. Unless I actually wanted the light on and I'm just too lazy to get up, in which case I can exploit the situation to not have to deal with it myself. I'm assuming that just happened to you, Mars? My dad actually used to do the opposite. He would be so convinced that I had just left the light on, he would just turn the light off without even realizing I was in the room. Especially if you're watching a movie or something. Like, I get why you should technically have the lights on when you're, like, working or whatever. Like, I get the appeal of not always having them on, but I also get why it's maybe better for you not to. But when you're watching a movie, that was always like, my mom would come home, find me watching a movie, and she'd be like, "Why is it so dark in here?" And I'm like, "When you go to a movie theater, do they fucking turn on floodlights? No, they turn all the fucking lights off." Like, I definitely was a little cocky on my timing for this today. Definitely been slower than I thought it would be. But it's still going to be shorter than that cover. So there's that. moment. Only for the moment. Somebody describe this music for me. I don't know how to describe this music. I could see that. I think I lean more towards Billy's interpretation, if I'm being honest. I think I can see kind of Sim City-ish. Okay, I only just thought in this exact moment, right now, about how similar the names Sim City and Sin City are. I think that's on purpose. I think Sin City is another name for Vegas, or nickname for Vegas. I think that's where the comic book kind of took its name from, even though it's not about Vegas. But I think that's what Sim City was going for. 'Cause I know it's like a simulated city, but I don't think they would have. To be clear, I wasn't suggesting they were mimicking Sin City because I don't think that was mainstream enough at the time. But just the phrase Sin City in other use outside the comic. But you're probably right, Billy. Oops. Yeah. What are films that you were looking forward to seeing, Dylan? I'm looking forward to No Time to Die. Bond. Looking forward to Dune. Looking forward to One Night in Soho. The big ones right now. I'm looking forward to the new Halloween. How about you, JC? Cool. You know the one one thing that has me concerned with Dune. I was talking about this in class yesterday, actually, or the day before, I guess. Okay, technically two concerns, I guess. So, I think Dune looks great, and I really like Denis Villeneuve's stuff. So I think it's going to be good. My concern from the beginning, though, is that he also did Blade Runner 2049, which was also really good, but it carried a lot of the same baggage as Dune, and it didn't do very well at all. So I've kind of been wondering this whole time, like, I feel like Dune's gonna be great, but is it gonna? What's the general public gonna think? Is it gonna flop and all that stuff, right? And if it flops, it's frustrating because it makes studios more nervous to make more movies like it and stuff like that. But at least we still got that cool movie for ourselves to enjoy, even if others didn't. But I found out recently that it's actually not the entire first book; it's only like part of it, which makes sense. If you've read the book, it makes sense why they would split it up. And I can even imagine probably where that split's going to happen. But that also means that if it doesn't do that well, we're not even going to get the whole story. So that has me nervous. I know the House of Gucci one you're talking about. I don't know if I've ever seen it. Actually saw a trailer for it. I've just heard them talk about it on like movie podcasts and stuff. They keep talking about how cheesy it looks, but I don't know. I don't always trust their take on that kind of stuff. It's Ridley Scott, I think, right? It could, but they've already filmed. They've only filmed that one movie, though. Like, the follow-up is contingent on it doing well. That's what I think they should have done. But who knows, maybe if Blade Runner had been more financially successful, maybe the studio would have done that. Ridley's hit and miss lately. He's got some that'll always be classics, but what I'll give Ridley this, whether they're all winners or not, he's not afraid to try shit. Like, he's really dabbled in a lot of different genres. Horror, sci-fi, thriller, he's done rom-coms even. Fantasy. How about you, Billy? What movies are you most looking forward to? figure it out too. Just thinking about. How about you, Mars? All right. Has anybody seen the original Dune movie from, I want to say 84? Why would you be disappointed? Like, did you watch the play or something? Yeah, not good at all. And one of the reasons that I wonder about how well the movie's gonna do, because Blade Runner is a very well-respected movie, but on a mainstream level, never did very well, never had a huge audience. And as a result, 2049 was a huge flop, financially. And I feel like Dune kind of has... So something that Dune has going for it is that it's not a sequel. So you don't have to watch the original one. But I think to a lot of people, that's what Dune is and nothing else, you know? People are stubborn. Okay. But if you haven't seen... Okay, right, you just said you play it. And you like the play? I heard a criticism of the play that the movie claims it's gonna fix, actually. But I haven't seen it or know enough about it to even have the right context to even try to explain that, or even necessarily. It was Children of Dune, wasn't it? I never did watch that though. I think I heard that one was decent though, but I could be mistaken. Or maybe I did hear that, but it's not necessarily the popular opinion. Well, yeah, it's a pretty well-known book. I mean, like, I don't know if it's one that was always really famous or if it kind of earned notoriety later on, but yeah, it's a whole series of books. I've only read the first one though, and it is dense. I've heard some describe it as Game of Thrones meets Star Wars, and I could sort of see that a little bit. Star Wars actually did take a few things from the book, I think. Subtle nods to it, at least. I think it came out in the 60s. David Lynch, who directed the 80s movie of it, was at one point going to direct Return of the Jedi. He was George Lucas's first choice. And I don't remember why he didn't. Yeah. Did Mulholland Drive, Eraserhead, Blue Velvet, Elephant Man, Lost Highway. There's weirdly a regular voice on the Cleveland show, too. Twin Peaks, also. Most of his movies do. He's kind of famous for that. I think with most of Lynch's movies are, they're mostly like kind of pulpy, kind of film noirish type mystery type stories, and he's very good at setting the stage and establishing a very interesting and intriguing mystery. And so he'll keep you very engaged for the entirety of the movie until the very end. And then he'll either introduce something like in Mulholland Drive where suddenly makes no sense at all, or he'll just leave things so ambiguous that you don't really know what the hell anything just happened. And then it becomes kind of a love it or hate it kind of thing. I've never watched a David Lynch movie that I didn't enjoy, but very few of them leave you feeling satisfied at the end of it. It varies. Thanks for the plug there, Billy. Why do you ask, Ash? What the? Good idea, Billy. Much appreciated. Oh, it's funny too because I wasn't sure if you were still with us or not, Ash. And as I was talking about Dune, I realized I was repeating a lot of the stuff I said in class the other day. But you know, new audience and everything. I talk to my mom pretty regularly over text. Um, my dad doesn't really text. And I go over to visit at least once a month. I get along pretty well with my parents, so I'd be happy to go more than once a month. It just doesn't always work out. Gonna be going there next weekend, I think. On the phone, it varies. Sometimes a few times in a week, sometimes not very often at all. Gotcha, gotcha. Do you guys all have siblings, or do we have any only child? I'm an only child. Oh, I lost track. Where are we? Many sisters, Billy? Mars has a sister? Okay. Sister. Yeah, I think It's kind of a recent discovery for me, to be honest. Because like, yeah, I don't know. I used to be kind of nervous of using it as well. I got inspired by a specific image one time I saw, and tried to kind of get a certain similar lighting effect, and it didn't really work the first couple times. And then I kind of nailed this. So like when I'm done, well, nailed is the wrong word, but I nailed down a method that I was happy with, I should say. But when I'm done this, like I'm putting this layer on all the fairies first. I have two more after Enora. Then I'm gonna basically make a copy of this highlight layer and blur that copy so that it kind of like the soft edge version will pop out from behind it, and it gives kind of a cool look. I've been doing it on a lot of my Twitch drawings that I've colored recently. Doesn't appear ever in the Combat Fairies comic. One, I hadn't kind of discovered this approach while I was doing the comic, but also it would be way too impractical to do this for the entirety of a comic. Or even just, I think maybe on occasion, moving forward, volume 2, maybe I'll do, you know, if the scene calls for some kind of sharper lighting, then maybe, but can even get bolder than I'm getting with it as well. A good one to look at for that is actually Marvel's new What If show, because it's 3D, but some of these really bold, bright highlights on the characters because it's all toon shaded, 3D, cell shaded. Okay. Not really. I might be a totally different person if I had them too. Like, I feel like I would have liked drawing no matter what. But maybe if I didn't have so much time to myself as a kid, I wouldn't have spent as much time as I did drawing stuff and making stuff, and that's kind of what developed into this whole thing, right? Who knows? Apparently, when my parents would talk about the possibility of having another kid, because my dad had a younger brother, and he would always say to my mom, like, "Hey, I guarantee you, if we have another kid, it's going to be another boy, and they're just going to beat the shit out of each other, and that's going to be it." I think his own sibling rivalries may be the reason I would want a child. 12 years is a pretty big age gap. Not unheard of. Like, I have some cousins with age gaps that big, but I have a cousin who is best friends with his nephew because his sister was 20 years older than him and had a kid the same age as him. What's the timeline after the 22nd? What do you mean? You mean for the Kickstarter? I put on the Kickstarter that the estimated delivery date would be January 2022, but honestly, I think it'll probably be faster than that. Most things are completely ready to go. I'm gonna add an introduction page and a special thanks page for all the backers to the graphic novel before I send it to the printer. But they said that they could probably do print them in like a week. Yeah, I'll have to get the other prints made, like this one and like these ones and the postcards and stuff once I know how many I need. But I think they'll probably be in the same ballpark, or even if they're not as punctual, I still don't think it would be long enough for it to prevent me from shipping them out sooner than the... Yeah. I also don't know, I guess part of that also is because if it's going across the country or to another country or whatever, I don't want to underestimate like the holiday shipping, because it'll be either November or close to November before I'm putting anything in the mail anyway. And then with local people, of course, it won't matter because I'm either gonna hand deliver it, or even if in some cases I'd still ship it. It's not going to be that long, probably. Basically, I didn't want to... I was worried to put... I feel like December isn't an unrealistic date, but I was worried to put it because I thought if I put December, then people might consider it as a Christmas gift possibility for people, and then be kind of pissed off when it didn't happen, you know? Although I did sort of wonder about designing some sort of like IOU image that backers could download, so if they wanted to give it as a gift, they could actually give the IOU image. Kind of like that first Christmas after Star Wars came out and they did the empty boxes of the figures that were coming soon. But I don't know if that's going to be necessary. but I'm also very neurotic, so pretty much the moment the thing is official and I have the funds ready to go, I'll be sending things off. I probably won't be able to relax until everything's printed, shipped, or delivered. Okay, so this has been a fairly chill stream. I got no complaints, but I definitely am disappointed in how grossly I misinterpreted the time frame. Because we're at 6:30, so this is almost as long now as it took to draw the entire poster. Or cover, rather. And I am pretty close to done, but I still have to do the highlights on one more character. Although to be fair, when I first said my time frame, I wasn't planning on doing this extra highlight pass. And if I had opted not to do this, I would have been done about an hour ago. And actually, Billy, you must be leaving pretty soon, I guess, for work, hey? Thought I was gonna finish before you had to go. I use this tune in my demo reel. Alright, Brietta. Last one, and then we can finish these things off. Her dreadlocks are going to be a pain, but I think the rest of her is going to go pretty quick. Be the saving grace. Okay, Billy. Thanks. See you next time. Thanks for coming by. assuming that just happened, Mars? Or is that just a random thought? I hate when the neighbors burn down the building. Did I tell you guys my fire alarm story from the old building? When I had food poisoning? I think we are about ready to start finalizing these things. All right. So there's gonna be a lot of I need to move this white layer above the black line work, but when I do that, it's gonna look weird because there's some excess. So to get rid of that, I gotta do this. Where I select all the black, but I'm still on the highlight layer, and I hit delete so that it actually kind of wipes it all out. Then you can drag it over there. I'm gonna add one more highlight that I want to land above it, and that is for each eye. Which, by the way, is your first line of defense when trying to make a character look cuter. Eye highlights. tiny. I might change the color of that soft part as well, but I don't know yet. Definitely gonna try it, just whether or not I'm gonna stick with it. I think Brietta might actually be my favorite of all these drawings. Oops. Okay, so let's see what it looks like if I do this. And then on this one, this one. I think I am digging this. I think I'm liking it. Yep. Yep. Okay. These are basically done, guys. But gotta make sure my signature is visible on all of them. Which it is. Okay. At one point during the iterations, they weren't so much. Okay, I think I'm gonna slap on a wee bit of branding here. And then we're gonna flatten them, calling them done. Thanks, JC. I don't want the logo to be too... Oops. Dominant, but I do want it to be there. Down. That thing. Thanks, Mars. Okay, that one goes there. That one goes there. That one goes there. That one goes there. Is that your excitement for Bond coming through in your wording there, Mars? Cool. Very cool. Okay, now we're going to grab the Outhouse logo. Bond. James Bond. Got a license to kill and a gun to go with it. What did I press? Holy shit. Wow. Alright. Briefly terrifying, but we're okay. the Outhouse logo even smaller than the Combat Fairies logo, but we will make sure that it's there. Goes branding. That is not. Okay, 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 okay. Wow. All right. Okay. Just. That is not a dad joke. That is called a callback, and you should know that, JC. In the writing program. No, no, no. Alright guys, these are officially done, so let's flatten them. Thanks, JC. Alright guys, we are done. Took 7 hours, almost on the nose. Definitely longer than I was expecting. But they are done now. So I'm going to be back to my regular Twitch schedule next week. Fan art on Tuesday and something original on Thursday. Something not Combat Fairies related on Thursday. But in addition to that, I am going to do a double stream on Wednesday. Thanks, Mars. Where I'm going to draw the back cover for the comic. So in the morning, I will draw that on Wednesday, and in the evening, I will color it. Drawing it will be long-ish, but probably not like crazy long. Probably faster than the original one. Coloring it will be significantly faster. I can actually guarantee that this time, because it has a very specific color treatment that I'm going to do with it that is actually really simple. It'll look cool, but it's going to be really simple. So that'll be on Wednesday. Hey, Mark's here. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, so see you guys next time. Thanks for coming by. Have a good rest of your weekend, everybody.